everybody, welcome on in Mystery, welcome on in Rube, welcome on in Reina, and anyone else who may be watching. Back to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, specifically the first game, Adventures. First of all, yeah, getting the doubles out ones back to back is hilarious. I think that's the first time we've seen the news out one. Because I put that in a little bit ago. Because I had the stupid idea to have it, and it just works. Wait, we got same one twice at the start? Oh yeah, we did! For bread and baguette, twice. Would you rather punt a grenade off a baby or an English roadman? You decide if you pulled the pin. English roadman without pulling the pin, because it's a lot more funny to just have the thwack of the unarmed grenade bouncing off of them. Also, welcome on in, Bifrost. How are you doing? Yeah, for bread and baguette. We live in a society. Honestly, Reina, I wouldn't want to be in any other society. Hunting English roadman off a grenade. True. Now you're thinking the right way. Gosh, the double Zo jump scare. I love it. But yeah, last time we got to the first chapter of this game, which was a very wild ride. It had 1.5 billion twists. And I also shot my voice with how much effort I put into it. And you know what? I'm ready to do it again today, though hopefully not 6 hours. Why not punt the English roadman with the grenade? True. True, Reina. Super kill. Oh no, it's horrible. No, I can't. I just thought something horrible. I can't. Wait, what's that in reference to, Bifrost? Here's the thing, Rube. Right? If you punt a live grenade into both of them, then, you know, it's the whole 2 birds with 1 stone thing, except a hell of a lot more morbid. The first case? What was he shot with? Oh yeah, he was shot by a gun that the British woman had. It was just a small little pocket pistol. Double kill, yeah, Reina. Yeah. But I'm looking forward to this. I know there's a character that we're probably going to be introduced to who is apparently like peak. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, he got shot, and it was by the British woman who spoke only in cursive. Until she didn't, but that's beside the point. She wasn't even found guilty, so who knows how that's gonna play out. I do have one announcement. In my schedule on my Discord server, you could see that this Sunday we are gonna be doing more split fiction, but something happened with Thunder, and so that's no longer gonna be happening this week. But it's all good. You'll get back to it eventually. Someday. But yeah, nothing else other than that. It'll just be a normal 3-day stream week. And I think we're just gonna get on into this then. Episode 2, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Investigation, Part 1. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Oh wait, it just continued on. I was gonna wait. Well, never mind.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Alright, finally. First of all, I love these animated cutscenes. I love them so much. Second of all, if it was a small concealable handheld, it was likely firing 9mm or even a .22, which would mean that you're right with that guess about it being low-cal. Most likely, though I don't think we ever really saw much of it. Second of all, not the Titanic or the Gigantica or whatever it was. It's fine. We aren't gonna be seeing 9 persons in 9 doors. Probably. The time period is set in the, Meiji era, apparently, of this game, which is like, very early 1900s. So, hard to say. Yeah, Sholmes jump scare. Ugh, my head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait, I can't move. Ah, what the? Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now, We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. Ah, we found you, and now you pay. Criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, Oh, sorry. Now you have been found, it is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Oh, her. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Mrs. Sato? Wait, what did you just say? Oh my gosh, Bifrost. Yeah, that... Oh no. Links in Twitch. Yeah, I mean, you're VIP. You're, it's not gonna be a great time, or it's gonna be a fine time, because you can post, but it's fine. How much zone are we gonna be getting? What the heck? Like, half the messages have just been zoned. Well, it's bad linking, you'll get banned. Yeah, even if you're VIP, be careful with the links you post. And by the way, Bifrost, I denied that message, but don't worry, that's just, there's few words that, I don't like being used, so. But again, it's all good. Also, welcome on in, Neko. Hopefully you're doing well. Me and the chapter happens to have 9 total characters, exactly 9 doors, and just happens to take you 9 hours to stream. I would cry. I would cry. Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Ha! You pretend you do not know you are wolf in sheep's pelt! Didn't last stream... Oh my gosh. I was about to... No! No! Welcome on in, mystery. Feeling slightly evil today. Oh my gosh. But didn't last stream I predict that Kazuma was gonna die? I mean, it's not too much of a prediction based on the main Ace Attorney games, but gosh darn it. This really is the first Ace Attorney game, except we just keep being the accused. Are we gonna be the accused the whole game? Because that would be really funny. What evilry and which magic have you been practicing on your hiatus? Oh my god, wait, that was NECA's first pipe bomb in a billion years, and it was... Or first pipe in a billion years, and it was a pipe bomb! Yes, he was the guy helping us, Kazuma. Okay, hold on. You pretend you do not know. You are a wolf in the sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kamazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin. That was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Cosmo's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs. Really, you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. No. No! Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it funny being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. Oh my god, so we were gonna be a stowaway. No, Rube, I didn't get spoiled on this. I just felt it in my bones that Cosmo was gonna die. He just felt too much like a Mia to me. You know, Mia, the mentor, gets nixed in the second case. But yeah, no, I had no idea. You did drop a pipe between the starting your hiatus and now, but do you want to say anything else? Keep it fun. Yeah, we all know about the technicalities. After all, if y'all remember, hold on. If y'all remember, Neko, we do remember you are pipes. He can't be dead. He's chill like that. Now he's live. Trust simply built different. So true. You forgot about Mia. Are you going to just go trial every chapter? I think so, Neko. I think so. Is this first split fiction stream that you had left early on, or April Fool's stream when you left? Yeah, I don't think there's anything else that I missed. Okay, you did drop one personally, but it was missed. How sad. I can't believe I would fail Rube. I thought I was going to die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey! Honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. Ugh, I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. I'd bet that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there. I think it won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it will be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I tell you what, why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We are supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer! No! I'm not a murderer! Duh! You said before, you said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right! I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Sado-san? Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there's something I would like to ask of you too. Ugh, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare's getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream? And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Cosmo's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin by porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? What? I see a vent in the top corner of the room. That has to be where they escaped from. Actually, I don't know. It doesn't look like it was messed with necessarily. Or put another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Oh my gosh. And there it is. The pipe challenge has been completed. The pipe won't be added immediately, just because I need to actually make it work, because it is fairly ambitious, but in the near future, expect a new pipe, and I will let you all know when it is a thing. Speaking of pipes, number has 820 bits. You have the power to end it. I never promised a day one new pipe. I never promised that. Gregory, you need to vent. Wrong game series. You'll have to not debate, figure out when and what pipe it was, but you did spend 100 at some point. I give up, you win. Found my weakness thing in Rampa reference. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, no, the drop pipe is at 100. I forgot that was the case. Chapter 6, Ryuna skate. How did you nuke only Birmingham and not the rest of Britain? Oh my god, I totally believe it. You know, now that you confirmed it, you can just add one unknown pipe to your counter. Damn. Gold pipe Neko isn't real. It can't hurt you. Good pipe Neko. To be fair, dying is better than going to England. I feel like a lot of people here would agree with that, which is crazy, but also not necessarily wrong. There's also a chance of real pipe dropping above you as you read this. Oh my gosh. Next year you can charge $20 for the deluxe edition. Absolutely not. It's in the contract, quote 0. Especially that's already updated for the new pipe, so you're ready. Alright, well it'll be soon then. It'll be worth the wait. I can say that much. Godspeed England ain't worth going to. Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship doctor is examining the body, but of course he had no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. I love that chat right now. It's mixed between Brit and hate and dropping pipes. Both are very reasonable, I think. So, presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then? That's true, yes. Can anyone else tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I'd waiting outside his cabin as I have every day so far on this voyage, but this morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-san. Kazuma-sama collapsed on the floor. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. Now I've told you everything that I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes? Alright. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. No way. Why are you even on board the ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Yes, I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. Had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, that would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you. But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing, that he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought he could do that with you. Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. Look in his eyes then. It's darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san? I'm sorry that we kept it secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he is trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right. Yes. Word perfect in fact. What? That's the truth? Nice. No, not Britain, hey, just England. Maybe Wales too. You thought you were gonna give an explanation committing to all your 5 crimes and make a 34-minute faulty video while playing ukulele? Oh gosh. I'd rather take an AI-generated apology than that. You aren't even gonna scrum debate what kind of pipe it was? I think I have a great chance at guessing it if it was a boring cardboard than trying to convince you to say it. Oh boy. Well, it wasn't a pipe. I think we can pretty confidently say that. Kazuma had a very weak stomach but thought the ink looked tasty. True! That ink, does seem like it was spilled everywhere, so you never know. Can't tell if that's her having wartime peace talk or someone that just really likes pipe bombs, and that's something you can get behind. It's more of the latter, I think, Bifrost. If you're not the culprit, then tell me what happened last night here in this cabin. Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. Then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. And after that, I fell asleep. Yes. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed. Well, yes? I know it sounds unbelievable. I really do. But it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. But really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's please, forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you, but the trouble is there's no one else who could possibly have done this. Ugh. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? Ugh, I can't take this! Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. Now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No! I can't allow that to happen! Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Hiya! Well, we just got decked. What the? That was a Susato takedown. Susato what? What martial art form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already? what you achieved just a few weeks ago. You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. I see. He's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. This was taped on, which means Cosma had to tape it on.
Yes!
Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the door? Oh, yes it was. I remember it clearly. I thought so. Cosmo always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Oh! Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma! Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Well, in the highlight of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Thank you! Do you finally believe me? I'm sorry. No. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. What does she think I am? Magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should make start on investigating in here, examine everything I can. Cosma, I swear, I will avenge your death! And so it begins. An 80% split on the two options. Roger, roger. Until season resets, you don't have to look at it as often. Don't make me become the corrupt company and make a paid battle pass for the pipes. Why would you want to make a paid battle pass for the pipes? Like, we'll be both living in Tyson's fake pseudo pipe and the unknown pipe. Oh my gosh. You can get a collection of decent bonk tools or pipe bombs for 5 year in. Welcome to Australia. Hope you had a great trip. Yeah, Australia's pretty rad. I mean, you know what I can straight up do? Is there an easy way to do that? No, I'll figure that out some other time. Binlock and Gnomes defo killed your mans. I believe in Herlock Sholmes. I believe in him. No, stay on the floor. Anyway, now that I'm investigating there, you got news on something else. Starring message, you worked on it a lot more than you thought you would. Essentially, you've added 8 new games to it. No, but like, I can do it. Like, let's see here. What is it? User Divine Shader. Do I have? Let's see here. A very complex shader. Boom. Wait, wrong one. Boom. There we go. Suddenly, Australia. I will say, I think for the Make Yourself Known redeem, I'll raise it up to the maximum cap of a single Twitch message, that being, 255 characters instead of 150, It was a precaution I took before, but it doesn't seem as though anything will go quite wrong, so let's do that. Anyone can now redeem a higher make yourself known. I mean, yeah, Neko. Again, it was a precaution I was taking just in case, but hey, you can change your thing whenever. Alright, anyways. Entire ink bottle, glass and all, remove evidence. And we'll soon quickly join Cosma when we do Bifrost. Yeah, the wheat fits, alright. You flat broke. Only a matter of time, Neko. Anyways, I like your metaphor one. Oh my gosh. User alert, just click the hint online and place name. Logan, oh my god. Logan. Oh, I was not thinking of, I'm not expecting that name to come up. You'll get an Ice 9 fresh tea ice sandwich and become your honest reaction. Great shots, you know? Oh my god. Sorry, I genuinely forgot you switched it, Neko, because you had both of them. They're basically the same thing, just switched for games. I think your 100 line one is also very good. And you know, limitations result in creativity of games in that one entrance message. Well, we have Mass Effect with user alert. We have Logan, which I'm pretty sure is reference to Dark Moon. Oh gosh. Some of them, maybe. I think we have the spam, we have Spamton in there too. Yep, Scary goes negative for all we fear is the Logan. We'll see, Neko. The braille would be so cursed. Alright, let's oh wait, we've already conversed everything. This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Cosma, he didn't even make it to his destination. Yosuke is free from the quotes. Though the last entry is incomplete, which means... What, he was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? I mean, he's probably poisoned again. I think that's what they're setting up. Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Hiya! That's out of the question. What? Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important, something relevant to the case? Wait a minute, hold on. Alright, I won't read it. But you really need a reference that make text bold or something not need to add words, since you'll just change one of the words to it. I mean, it is possible if you do like bold text generator. If you look that up, you can take bold text from there to make some things bold. Oops. Oh god, London, it truly is a blessing he never made it. Damn. Oh, there's barely anything you could find of that style. That is tragic. It's nigh impossible to optimize the complex motives. You'll get there eventually, Rube. You'll find some way to fit in complex motives. You can't, but it would mess everything up. Yeah, that's the problem. Rube spent so long crafting it. Alright, I won't read it. Poor Kazuma-sama. Okay, so that diary definitely has something important in it. That diary absolutely has something important in it. There's already an anagram in there. Of course there's an anagram. Oh gosh, that's terrifying. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either, but in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Sada-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. It's a VLR reference, go figure. Those anagrams were its main thing. Yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? I'm sure you're careful to look all around using left and right on D-pad, aren't you? Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. Alright, I think the person escaped through the vent, most likely then. Don't say the anagram, but try hard enough, you're sure we decipher it. Oh no. By the time you gotta try sleep for college, Godspeed, pipe warfare, and have a good stream. Thank you so much, Bifrost, for stopping on by. Get some good rest and good luck on college. Cause I'd get the pipe Humvee bookshop ready for next time. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when seas are rough or something like that. I suppose, maybe that's it. Yes, it is a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes. In the interest of cultural research, obviously. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. Don't worry, it'll be back regularly soon. Definitely expect it this Friday. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. You know what? Why not? Oh no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout. The trouble was, I said goodnight to Kazuma and then I fell asleep and I never woke up until it was too late. The last song, it's over. Oh no. Come chapters 3 and 4, do expect a wave of new songs, though. Trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in, so yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. Last night was no exception. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria, Buria. It is essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Alright, we're gonna have to cross-examine a parrot. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object? Or a pet? I think a metal pipe's a pretty dangerous object, and we're not that. I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. A pipe is more dangerous than more of a dangerous object than a pet. I mean, hey, you never know who takes their pet metal pipes out for a walk. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mowed down at once. I wonder if perhaps it was Cosmo-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. And perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage. But I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like CMS. Why would you do that? You're messing with the crime scene. Wait, hold on. This is new text. These books are provided for the entertainment of whoever's occupying the cabin, I suppose. And they must be well looked after. You mustn't damage any of the ship's property. But it wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are in a mess. Yeah, we should clean up all this too then, shouldn't we? That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes. I see it says this way up in Japanese. Which, in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor here. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. What about the ink? Weird. Did Kazuma write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he is in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I already don't trust this. I feel like this is fake. I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. It's Russian. I don't think that's a Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? It pained me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Where did you come from? Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, looks like he might be European? Oh, how did he? You've noticed man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious. And tall. Suspiciously tall. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. He's investigating Cosmo's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we must simply talk to him. Am I just imagining it, or does Hisada-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press A on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he had to say for himself. Oh, please do. Waluigi L. Oh my gosh, truly inspiring words. You're so right, Rube. You're making a counter for Sholmes jump scare? Oh no. Oh no. He's an imposter, I saw him vent. I mean, he might have. Ploop, ploop, ploop. That checks out. Let's find out! What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two, but the other half's missing. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. Not sure if that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him. Would he? Mark beside it. What is it, I wonder? It has sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It is the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. It's the other way around. Too much blood. Ah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. There's nothing on the table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No. Wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So... Did Kazuma do... It's very unlikely well, actually, no. If someone overheard from the other cabin to our left, they very much could have heard our conversation, right? And so they could have learned there's a stowaway, and they could have drugged us to knock us out, and then also poisoned Kazuma? So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened, Kazuma-sama. No! Maybe it was Kazuma himself. That's my dinner from last night. The roast chicken, it was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But, did you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Sato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right, so he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no, does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Oh, Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Meat on the bone, on the meat bone, meat the on bone, bone the on meat. That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he's always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip. I thought that showed just how important it was to him, and it wasn't even the murder weapon. Now he's gone, but I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy, and just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there'd be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. No wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Seiki, the Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. It's you. Can you really look at those characters without feeling shame knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can! I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on the ship. Now you're going to bring that up. Are you? I can't win. Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of scene of the crime. Excuse me? What? I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it is not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime? Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. Might have useful information though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary? At all? Yeah, of course not. Now back to corner of room and make silent. I say no more to you. Ugh, did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, I seemed a little flustered. Alright, I think it's time we move outside. I don't see anything else for us to examine, chat. I mean, there's really nothing else. Wait a minute. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. No. You give this guy the papyrus voice. Oh god, that's... We already heard a voice actor for him, so I don't know, but gosh. Excuse me, do you have a moment? This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. You do agree that figure of a man in that weird position that I already inspected is really realistic. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long. What exactly were you doing on Cosmos S just now? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What did you see? Feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes. Everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? Sorry, what? And now, whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Well, that's true at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It is really most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps been introduced to anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madame. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the beribund occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing to seize these eyes. Just to be clear, you aren't talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassination with 16 victims to his name. You don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It is you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? And you're plotting revolution too. It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. But no, listen, there's no way Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. Really can't for. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it! You see? What do you make of that? Well, honest. Ship is en route to England. I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed! And observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right! I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The the inimitable Sherlock Sholmes. So, it's really you, the actual Sherlock Sholmes. The very same. The inimitable. I cannot English that word. The inimitable actual Sherlock Sholmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san. Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on then? You must ask him what he deduced. You'll have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? But I feel uneasy about this. Great detective. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I'm none other than the one, the only, Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, I see, you're German? Sherlock, was it? No, I have no I mean hair. Please call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Ransom magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Ah yes, here it is, The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective? Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer? Do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Who's gonna tell him? Dr. Wilson? I must say, think that publication I've been fantastically busy as of late. Why, at this very moment, I am returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is, to me, a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. A furtive glance with a twitch of a muscle. A slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, burrows in the skin. All these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deduction from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth! As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago with this metal pipe. I can look me in the eye and claim that. This is oddly fitting for Sherlock Sholmes. So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction. And fame. That is what makes me the one and only Sherlock Sholmes. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you think supposed discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right! It is none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words, everything's not because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Herlock Sholmes was on board. And the handcuffs seemed to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah! The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Mr. Sholmes, please tell us what two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning. Ah, yes. But first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand. But what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1, cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2, victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes, what made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Yeah, this message is fake. That is a Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? Alright, so my current theory is this. Someone overheard the existence of Naruhodo in the wardrobe through the vent in the other room, because they're directly connected. And that person is Russian. As we know, there's at least a Russian guard here. So there's either him or even more Russian people who took advantage of this fact. Candidates for Herlock Sholmes' greatest rival Arsène Lupin and his partner Joker to appear in this game. That would be a plot twist and a half, to say the least. In his final moment when he find their native tongue filling their head for this young man, Russian. Cosmo was Russian? Was he? Initially, I considered the garderobe, maybe the name of the killer, a certain Robert Guard, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so! I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? Why is everyone Russian? Why? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. As you know, because Russia is the only country on the planet. Other than, of course, the Great Britain. But who cares about Great Britain? This is a Russian ship. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people. I had no idea. I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message, that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Cosmo had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, thank you. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that, Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me? Do you think? I can't even begin to say that. Certainly, if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian. You're Japanese, Russian, speaking English, heading to Britain and going to Australia sometimes. Oh gosh. You know, saying that, you know, you're speaking that we're speaking English is really, really funny, Rube. Because that implies that the cursive from the first trial was that Giselle was so British that even though she was speaking English and we can speak and understand English, we couldn't understand her until she toned it back. Can we talk about your deduction for the things you concluded about me, I mean? Ah, the now famously accurate troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was other details I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Ah yes, the more sordid details. It was fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads: Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Okay, so we probably already know what's going on. Maybe. But that's too obvious. Since when was Cosima a Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded that he was Russian because of what Cosmo-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize the culprit of this crime with the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik. No. How can it be? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Look, Sholmes, this isn't like, what? This isn't 2019. I think that's what it was. This is in 2019. We don't have a mask that just fits your face and changes your voice. We don't have that technology yet. You're over 100 years off. Oh, please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Bro's just a fortune teller. Yeah, that checks out. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. I didn't just arrive. What about the other details? 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower. Ah yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far, and though she is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? And what about the part where you said I just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself. A little memento of this great deduction. Thank you. I have observed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. Article about revolutionary. Thank you for the pipe and congrats on your bread, Wheat Destroyer. Yeah, you mean bread. Thank you for the bread. I appreciate it. An article on the front page of Russia, a Russian newspaper. The headline reads, Revolutionary Bielin Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. I know I'm butchering the name, by the way, but not much I can do there. You may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eyes over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't help to read it. You should have 57 loves, just keep with the Zo tradition. So many loaves. So many. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt to just glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. Nothing of importance. I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. No, me neither. I have no idea what any of this says. The pair of you floundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Yes, you told us that before. It reveals also that those who see the man beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale. Oh my goodness, he is fearsome. Well, presumably newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course, if he despises his beard to that degree. He need only shave it off. I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. Look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. I'm glad you've noticed this article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. About the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novavich Ballet disappeared from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It appeared that the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure. It must be an unbelievable sum of money. Dusado-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Novavich Ballet. It seemed the director is beside herself with worry. Yeah, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailing to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh my gosh. Okay. What were you just investigating? Before you start talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe, for a moment, the desktop of the victim. We see that victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Cosmo was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic! It's something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what Susato takedown is. Susato-san, aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san, what on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely the diary belonged to the victim. It appeared the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Okay, oh, but I thought you knew Japanese? A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. But this diary is littered with complicated looking characters of which I can read precisely none. I don't know that's showing off at before then. If you'd be so kind as show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madame. The final entry here in Cosmo-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? Oh god, did someone unleash a snake onto him? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Cosmo's diary has been entered in court record. A diary Cosmo was keeping of his trip to London. According to the last entry he made before his death, he spied what appeared to be a speckled band. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being at least. Do you have somewhere to go? How did it happen? The victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I'm still too long, the seasickness takes hold. I suppose you're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence, the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh. Please. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point in trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking! You You just said it a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? But that is very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So what, were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then, and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. I just being plain rude. Off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Jones is just built different. I don't understand him. Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? Huh? Let's go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can. Hey! Yeah! After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moment struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate? Oh, as if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigating to finish off in here first, don't we? No? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Cosmo to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Oh my gosh, it's the inspector! Oh my god, it's the undercover policeman. I recognize that face, but it can't be. It is! What's his name again? I forgot. It's not here, never mind. Even are you going to get a pipe tsunami redeem that drops 100 pipes at once? That would be horrifying, having it drop 100 different pipes. It is! I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga! Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you. My heart stopped. Nearly stopped. I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on the board. But perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. Imagine my computer exploding doing all the RNG, but also it's so easier to spend them in bulk, if that makes sense. No, it is. But also, I feel like this is a redeemer. I don't want to, you know, spam them in bulk. There's a reason why it's only the one. Also, my computer wouldn't explode during the RNG. It would explode trying to handle spamming all of the sounds. So what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? 100k channel redeem that does that. Oh gosh. That is a terrifying prospect, but it is 100k. About 10% comes with a 1 week discount. No, because then that would end it on a weird number of wheat bits, and I'd never do that. 1k wheat bits per pipe, slight price increase, but it's the price to pay. Oh. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that have even been a possibility? I'm not sure, but these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Tires green filled up with pipe drops that run RNG checks, so you might see some pipe bombs drops that explode and move around other pipes. Y'all know how difficult that would be? That would be so difficult. Redeem costs, I do try to keep equal quality, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the price justifies the effort. Minister Jikoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-san was assassinated. Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. It would be easier to just make Pike clicker. It absolutely would. I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. I'm out of fever mode where for 1 minute you get a ×2 score multiplier and all perfect hit. Oh gosh, I don't even know how that would be implemented. I don't want to get bonus pipes for every pipe that successfully pipes me. We're doing what we can to investigate Cosmo's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Of course not! We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. Have you moved to even touch the handle of the cabin door? That stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. In fever mode, you'll add a 1.096 pipes per 1 pipe to your counter. You even want to deal with that math, Rube? That sounds like very painful very quickly. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had solid reason why next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on line if I had to. But I don't see how. We do have something, obviously. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of it how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? The same as when you are in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. Evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes, I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with evidence he needs to persuade the captain. Full combos? Oh no. What's that? When new 5 is implemented, you'll make an announcement. Oh no. Oh no. Need to prepare the spreadsheet for it first. It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me, the ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. More astute than our detective friend nearby. That ventilator very clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right, so if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. Captain has given me strict orders to guard the seat of the crime, you see. I have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Are you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just like to move in, we can leave this cabin at last. Move. Alright. Let's see what we can find out. Kazuma-sama's quarters. First and foremost, we must get out of this cabin to the first class passageway. Ninth of January, 7:48 a.m. SS Buria, first class cabin passageway. I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on the study tour by the government. That's why he's being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation and steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even if he's sitting down. The door next to him leads to second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs. Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard, and ever since then I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please don't give me that pitying look. Well, pipes play different notes on the music scale, so there's very, very low chance that if 4 pipes drop in a row, you get to make Lavania. Nico, we've only had one recorded instance of 4 metal pipes in a row. Do you know how astronomically rare that would be? Oh my gosh, if it did happen, that would be the rarest thing to happen on stream by far. A trap come for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? I don't know what that tastes like. They didn't have cheese? That's crazy. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But... I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Or you. I'll find a little snack for you later. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I have to see. What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop, the ship included. You have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Wiser words have never been spoken. This looks like a plane of the SS Buria. It shows each deck. Look. The Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on mine for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. Islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. That's a huge book on the table there, and there's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. Oh, you wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Aww, that poor sailor. And nothing, no reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment to Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there's nothing to report. That's the way to the second-class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it. Just for a moment. Excuse my intrusive thoughts, but we've all been there, right? Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started it with my talk of running away. There's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer! That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask you something of you? You little third-class lady's maid? Oh. We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I'm not a sailor. My mother gave me name. I'm senior crewman, Biff Stroganov. Whew. Best thing just to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganov, about this first-class cabin area. Here we are in finest part of Budia steamship for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings, and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean. But Stroganov is not animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? Something. Susato-san? Did you understand that? Sound like, da. I think it's probably Russian for yes, or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Alright, at this point, we're at the 2-hour mark of stream. I think I need to go on break. Because this has been very, very active, to say the least. You think that meant Zarkana's means by which all is revealed. I agree, Rube. Anything that I don't understand must mean that, because that is the one universal truth. Anyway, thank y'all so much for watching. I'll be gone for probably 10-15ish minutes. That's usually how it is. While I'm away, some ads will play, but those are just to get rid of pre-rolls, and you won't be missing any action, so I appreciate the understanding. And when we come back, we are going to be picking up right where we left off. So I will see y'all again very, very soon. VRB screen in Australia. I'll consider, Rube. I'll consider. We are back, and we are ready to probably get punted again. Probably. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asoki's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Riolot. He is a very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He had nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would never have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East islands. It was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Riolott came on board? That is not your business. Come to think of it. Even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time. I've never once heard anything from next door cabin, or even felt like anyone was there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important, is that right? That is not your business. Fair enough. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Duh, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Yeah. I don't know. Chisada-san, did you understand that? Because clearly, no. I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. And didn't hear any strange noises or sense that anything was wrong in some way? I said no! I'm so sorry! I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. Don't tell me this is another rig from the start. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It's time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when lobster whistles on top of mountain, or as English say, when pigs fly. Yes, I understand. Good, now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. That book on the top of the table there is really huge. No. Okay, we've already been this. You think it might not be our business? Maybe, Rube. I mean, we can always make it our business, worst case scenario. Doesn't look like there's anything new to investigate other than the door, but that was already investigatable. I mean, there's 3 doors so far, Rube, so who knows? This is it. This is the cabin next to ours, the one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. No answer. Out of luck, it seems there's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream, it must have been a woman. Stand aside. I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes. I can't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? Over what fray can I kick? Does Sholmes just go around and he just gets the urge to kick something, and he does, like, you know, when you're annoyed, when you annoy a horse or something and it kicks you? Is that what Sherlock is? Or sorry, Herlock? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. 9th of January, SS Boodia, first class cabin, number 2. Gee, I wonder who that is, chat. Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. Dude, this old man does appear to be the only person here. But in that case, who just screamed? So what's going on? So, we can already be sure that this dude here, that's this dude, okay? And it seems he has something to do with her disappearance, but just what could this possibly end up being? In that case, who just screamed? Also, someone probably in the suitcase. Actually, no, I don't think that suitcase is big enough. Could be under the table, though. Or bed. Get out! All of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe? Yes, that's me. And you are? I am the one, the only, actual Sherlock Sholmes. You've heard of me? No doubt. No. I'm great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. I may use that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. Hey, the bookshelf is messed up in the same exact way as it was in the other room. We distinctly heard a scream emerging from these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so as bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Jones is rivaling Phoenix for showing his defense lawyer badge. No, absolutely. Phoenix touts it like a freaking champ every time. Don't look at me. Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the case just shook. Leave now, otherwise I'll call the steward. So this is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. The strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about your car's extended insurance policy. I mean, we'd like to talk to you about the murder that's gone. No. Oh. I do not want to talk about car or murder. Leave my cabin now. This is going terribly. We're not getting anywhere here. I agree, but there may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. I can't present Holmes. Mr. Roulette, we'd like to talk to you about something. Is this gonna be... Okay, it's gonna be this way every time. Alright, we'll worry about that later. What do you think you're doing? Ah! This is my cabin. Get out! Get out! Could we just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps? No! Haha. What a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do. I agree, but there may be someone else who can help. Oh boy. Save us, Sholmes. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh. It would seem that that hour is upon us now. The time has come. Jump scares everywhere. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on. For once. Observe closely. The Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylett, is clearly trying to hide something. Do you know what the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would he like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrait of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you. Or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh, I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought, yes. I've quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity. That of a villain! Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? And number 2, the other conclusion I've drawn. You are, at this very moment, no less in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervousness as you realize you have been discovered. What are you cooking, Sholmes? Does it not? Oh, Naruhodo-san, never imagined I'd witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. Why is the rocket and stone guy here? Yeah, that dude has a very magnificent beard. I can't say. Let him cook. I don't think I want to let Sholmes, or Sholmes cook. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In single glance, he deduced all there is to know about a person. What? What an affable waddle. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the color drained from Mr. Roylet's face. Looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right? How? How could you? How could I possibly know such things you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. Oh my god, this... I do cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let's work through my deductions together. The great deduction, the game is afoot. Oh no. Topic 1, old man's identity. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylet, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. It's an enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now ask yourself, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring at us in the face. You are on the verge of using shears to cut away that copious beard you sport. Now moving on. The question then begs this: why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylet? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front page article. Okay, so Sholmes is actually like, he's not just coming to a false conclusion. Okay, he's actually paying attention. Which, it would appear, you have read also, Mr. Roylet. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolshevik flees Russian by Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. Your true identity is beyond doubt. Please don't stab us. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. A revolutionary on the run. Topic 2, wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion, like doing math problem totally wrong and still getting the right answer, he's actually going through properly, surprisingly enough. Not something I would have expected. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. The proof of this crime? Over there! Oh yes, Mr. Roylett. Again, unmarried people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, those speak much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. Oh, God. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes, just that traveling case. It's time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask, by my estimation? A young lady, perhaps, one slight enough to fit therein. He's actually just deconstructing this. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Who acing their attorney right now? We are doing well. We're not quite doing we're not quite acing our attorneys yet, but we are investigating them. Welcome on in, though, Antonym. Nice to see you. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? You careless Coupe Doyle? Wait, I don't know. Something like that. I butchered that horribly, and I'm so sorry. Betrays you. Once again, we need to only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you're free to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there's another most stimulating article. If we turn the from the fling revolutionary to the back page. Yeah, we are shouldering everywhere. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novavich Ballet disappeared from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime, that of abduction! And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Conclusion, kidnapping of a young ballerina. Nice. Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of this Russian enigma, Elementsky. I mean, I'll just say this now. I'm glad they didn't linger on that. I'm glad they didn't treat it as some actual mystery. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about. Was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholm's brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come here a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, this newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. I mean, fake beard, right? Yes, I recall our discussion earlier. At the time, I believe I told you that the man is revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylett does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. another thing about him abducting Ballerina. I guess he's actually the Englishman, right? And he has a pet. He probably has a pet or something. But also, no, we did hear a woman scream. Never mind. First glance, the cage would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child in that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady's 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Oh, well, if she is 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I heard something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain lithiness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be a simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, this whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something has occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deduction just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of matter almost instantly. Don't let him cook anymore. I don't know, at this point anything's possible. That's where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off. Your idea of little may be a little off itself, Miss Susato. Just one or two keywords in its deductions that seem to let him down. I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives? What do you think? Switch some keywords in its deductions? Yes, but very tactically. I feel like if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that is going through my mind. This man's a lot of work. At times I wonder how anyone puts up with me. Not that funny. And you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Oh. Well, where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did? I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. I don't think he should have done this, but I'm not complaining. Don't worry, I shall restore shackles to your wrists when we are finished. There, that makes more sense. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction, hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright, the shears. The copious beard. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylett either. Which means I suppose that the deduction is wrong. Let's try switch a keyword here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long hard look at Mr. Roylett. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. We do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better. Then what? Now I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use switch around in that last sentence. But exactly was Mr. Roylet really going to use those enormous shears on? Golden locks? Oh my god. What the? What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. Oh my god. This is the... It just occurred to me. So yeah, this is the girl who ran away. Perspective, the game. Oh boy. No, no, no. The color, not the point. The point is what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylet's head? Now is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Well, that is true. It's so stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something definitely not right here.
Yes!
Golden locks. Okay, that's cool. You're on the verge of using shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such a lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all, you're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I'd managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged this: why would you desire to rid yourself of those magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. There need no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Wrong. Well, that was a shock. Or wait, I guess it's not technically wrong. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room, deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. Just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business. No. Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true given that Mr. Roylet is actually a woman. Exactly, he, or rather, she can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole had taken a different approach now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else, something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. I wonder, chat. Alright, I'll do my best. Clearly, it's the article about the revolutionary. Or clearly, it's actually Kazuma now.
Yes!
The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. It's for sure Akane. No, not that. No. I don't need any more shifting. That's right. You hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novavicha Ballet disappeared from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novavicha Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone else. A ballerina on the run. Wrongdoing. Nina 9999? Oh no no. And for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime just before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. This woman is a ballerina and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside the traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime that the young woman is apparently committing? Thievery? Running away? Seems like I'm going to have to step in and fix the detective's mistakes. Again. Seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it on. What, me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently. You understand what you mean by perspective game now? Yep, they're always hiding sneaky things behind objects. The waste paper basket. Let's have a little look inside. Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Those eyes, just looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Yeah, I like it. It's interesting. It puts a new twist on it.
Yes!
If that was a metal pipe, that could have been immaculate. The proof of your crime is surely this tiara! I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novavich Ballet, is it not? Yeah, I love the Ace Attorney games for that. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they handle it in the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Ah! I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone. And I need money. I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how'd you say, an Earl of Prussia? It belongs to me. She was only 15 years old and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There's no point in hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? She has a pet. My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? You careless... Gosh, it betrays you. Once again, we only need to follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yet the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. Huh? What? Who let him cook? Why did we let him cook? He's completely changed tack with the deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all of this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still, Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. There has to be another reason why she won't open her case. It must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree. That's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Warning sign.
Yes!
The rules of passage. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Oh my gosh. Bro read all books in 0.4 femtoseconds. He did, and he still came to the wrong conclusion. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage in this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. Had you seen, the trunk wobbled from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move on its own accord. Leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. It's a pipe bomb that keeps trying to go off. And the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage, a pet! Not quite a pipe bomb, but close enough. Possession of a prohibited animal. Elementary. So clearly you aren't who you say you were. No, I am not Grimsby Roylett. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Couldn't have been easy. That booty is a huge steamship with a vast crew. And do you really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Okay, considering this is all a reference to Escape 999 intended by the devs, surely that must mean this case must contain a Funya Rimpa. If it contains a Funya Rimpa, I think I'll have a stroke, genuinely. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is leave well alone. If it was just you about cut off your own hair, what did that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That verbal tinkling of a bell by none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. A full set of what? A full set of what? I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how'd you say, disgust myself? So no one would recognize me. You have 999 repeats, so you can't drop a pipe, unfortunately. That is so cursed. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man? I see. Thank you for the hydrate, and I have done as such. I put on the fur hat and fake beard, then just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut off all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors from my hand and at that precise moment, we walked into the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Annoyingly unlocked. He really wanted to kick it down, didn't he? Things happen like that, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have in inside your traveling case? You're right, it is my dear friend inside, my only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone if the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you, but in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. I'd be pretty mad too if I wanted to eat pizza and then it turns out it was a pizza replica made with inedible clay, you know? Yeah, I do know. I very much do know. Yes, alright, I will tell you. You're welcome, Rube. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something Mr. Shom's great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Yes? What? Observe your wrists. My... Ah? Your hands are cuffed again? How do you do that? What? What? But how? True to my word, I've restored your shackles. When and why? There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. The length of this case it's terrifying. We're 3 hours in and we haven't even gotten to the case itself. Oh no. Also, thank you for the pipe. Can't it? Really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Let me see. Don't touch! Huh? I will tell you what I know about last night, but please, you must not touch my things. How do you say? Forbid it. Oh, sorry. As well as you should be, young man. What vulgar manners you have. Poking around in young ladies' private belongings. Neither shall I allow it. Hypocrite. Yeah. Do you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh, that's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened? Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. I do agree, this is a 999, but the plot twist doesn't come quite yet. This whole game's just a retelling of Zero Escape. That's all it is. What, there's 3 more cases? So we have 999, and then in the third case, we time jump 78 years in the future. And then, 4th case, we time jump back to this time frame to try to avenge Kazuma. And then, secret 4th game? Zero Escape, if it was 1975. Yeah. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I'll never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I'll start new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Nova Beach Ballet gives us only low food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So, you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of the ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. What conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Just alright, then we go to third game in the AI Somnium files. Oh, no sleep for Kaname Date. Please, no. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please don't tell any of the crew that they found out my precious. Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves and use to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Ah! So reassuringly, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ha! It's a parrot. You credit your Russia's land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may as well ask. I have no idea. Damn. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious it must be a chicken? Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you would eat your friends. I remember that. Well, it would appear this friend identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Let him cook the eggs. They would be undercooked and you'd die of something not great. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Booty stopped by no port last night. That's it, of course. So how's it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. Yes, you're right, he did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Just by smart stupidity. Yep. Sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspaper described one of my performances. That is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems that Miss Pavlova is the same. Wait, so I'm actually confused. Are we speaking English or are we speaking Japanese? I don't know. This is weird, right? Because we know for a fact, you know, Naruhodo and Sasto are, you know, they're Japanese. All right, we know that for a absolute fact. But if they can speak and understand English, shouldn't they have been able to understand Giselle? And this says right here, considering English is in your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Seems English, since she's Russian, it's more likely she knows English rather than Japanese. Yeah, but again, it brings up the contradiction of the fact that British people, they might have a bit more heavy of an accent, but the way they described it was that she was just speaking, like, you know, English, and nobody in the court could understand English. I can't imagine the accent was that thick. No, you see, they refuse to speak to British people, rightfully so. Okay, that is the most reasonable explanation I've heard so far as to why they couldn't understand. Probably just go by Tekken rules and assume everyone is speaking their own language and magically understands each other. It's just weird because they outright denied that possibility in the first trial. But yeah, right now that it seems like that's just how it is. It seems we're just speaking English now because that's the common universal language. Mr. Sholmes once said, "I can never resist touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, in fact." Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. I don't know, it's, my brain hurts thinking about that, because actually having a genuine language barrier would be cool. I didn't understand Sisoto already knew English but wasn't in courts or whatever, while Ryunosuke is learning it as this case in Boat Ride progresses. It seems possible, but it's not been all that long. I find it hard to believe that he couldn't understand anything from Giselle's heavy, maybe it was just her accent, and that they're speaking English, although even then it feels a bit weird to, because they were in Japan, feels weird for them to all speak in English. But I'm pretty sure they were speaking in Japanese based on what Aochi, how he treated things. So maybe, it's possible. This is a diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died, something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound, and then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I do not understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentioned joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. I mean, you assume Pavlova's English is quite basic, and so is every other Russian person. The only outlier is Sholmes, but let's face it, he might as well be a mythical dragon speaking Vietnamese. It had no importance to anything. Sholmes, he's an enigma. I'll go with whatever anything is. Again, the big crux of it is that I really, the first trial really made it out seem like that everyone there were native Japanese speakers and couldn't understand her, Giselle, right? Except for Kazuma, who understood a little bit of it. So I find I find it hard to believe that Naruhodo could have an English proficiency, able to converse in English like this. The main reasoning behind that he started learning it did get asked suddenly to go on boat ride, so he started studying. I mean, you would probably know more than anything that it's been like only a few weeks at most, right? You cannot become proficient in a language as like, as different as English is to Japanese that quickly. You just can't. I mean, maybe if it's been a few months, but the impression I got was it's been only like a few weeks, probably. Although, maybe they'll elaborate more on that. Actually, wait, I don't remember. Hold on. It actually does straight up give the name, the dates. I don't remember actually, but that's something I'll have to check later. Applying video game logic to it, but yeah, it's not realistic in the slightest, but that's only an explanation you can imagine. It is an explanation. It's something that I'd want to see the game actually bring up again, because it's so weird. It's such a big contradiction, despite the fact that realistically, it has no bearing on anything. Does look like the closest thing to an interpreter in this scenario. I mean, the comment here, from, Ryunosuke, where did he say it? Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. So, Ryunosuke definitely understands it and understands that it's English somehow. So I don't think there's an interpreter. You know what my theory is, chat? I think it's an oversight. Unless I'm proven wrong, I think my assumption is just gonna be it's an oversight. They are in fact speaking Japanese, which would make some amount of sense, I guess, since the boat did originate from Japan. And that's just a mistake, but I could be wrong. That game, he is shown to have a lot of connections across the globe. Oh yeah, no, I'm not denying Sholm's ability to speak. It's more so I'm saying it's not necessary. Or at least it's not, this doesn't imply that it's going through Sholm's as like an in-between. But he could definitely do that. 9th of January, so it's been a couple months. I guess it's possible to become a kind of fluent in English, but I'm still very nebulous on that. Oh, Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Did the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you, or the whistling sound perhaps? No, I don't know anything. Oh. Anyways, thanks for listening to my rants. Or my rambles. Like, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. And I still completely stand by that, Sholmes is the only person here who can get away with speaking literally any language, and I would believe him. Even though he clarified that he knows nothing about Russian earlier, if he just started speaking Russian out of nowhere, I would believe it. It's just Holmes. Or Sholmes. It is actually neat though that Sholmes has a lot of global connections. So I'm not surprised. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes, what? That was fast! Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain quarters at once. Please. Alright, I will come now. What? Must leave now. Oh, no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! Get out! Pastor said out, or you want me to throw you out. Oh, it looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. By the way, thanks for looking up the dates. I appreciate it. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. To be continued. Oh no. Just what's been happening in this game? Ninth of January, SS Budia, first class cabin passageway. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish you'd man find some clues as to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. To be continued. And we're not even into the actual case yet. What the heck? Like the court yet. They're clearly glaring at us as if to say don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. I said we can bribe him with the cheese. Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where'd he go? I bet you he managed to sneak in still. Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? Left away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely tied back on my wrists. Oh boy. $67-hour stream. That would be one hell of a case if it lasted 67 hours. I really wish we'd had a chance to look around Mr. Pavlova's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Huh? Maybe you want me to throw you out again? Oh, no, 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 definitely not that. Don't worry, Rube, I was not planning on doing this case in one stream. This last case, the first case is a special one because they never do the investigation, right? And I was not mentally prepared for what I got. But considering this investigation, I was definitely gonna be doing it in 2 streams. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand? Usually how it goes in Ace Attorney. Yep. So, I was expecting the investigation to be done by now, but oh well. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. What if we... That door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Ugh, gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Lobster? Bombs? Alright, let's see if we can find a lobster plush here. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. Not to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. 9th of January, SS Boodia First Class Cabin number 1. Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He's going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Yes. But I'm sure he is exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Oh no. We'll get to him later. Dude, where did you go? Sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into ball and throw him in cold room. Phew. He's gone back guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga didn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. Sure, he's fine. Don't know. Anything new here? So this ventilator joined to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we were. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there's something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. This is where Cosmo spent his final moments writing in his diary. 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have solved this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will. So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that is somehow spilt onto the floor. They spelled the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly ambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. Undertale. One fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words or word in Russian, which begs the question of who did write it. One core fact, one could even say true. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Boodia. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. But by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova had broken the rules. She called her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. I think Kazuma just learned the entirety of the Russian language yesterday. That would be, honestly, if anyone could do it, it's Kazuma. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on this shelf. They're all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yes, and you tied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. $2, $3, $4 even? Oh, come on in, though, Subtle Pup. Alright, it seems we have to talk with Hosonaga. $4.96? Please, not we bidding. I don't know for what. Ah, you're back. Inspector, what happened to your faces? Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Maybe made by a bear, maybe. When I told Captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, I understand. Oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Scholz? I don't think he's German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. No, we're acting, but you want it. $6, $10, 10.01, 10.02. 9. Rube, you went down. You went down. Well, now Neko's still in the lead. Unfortunately, Neko, I will not pay you for a bid that I don't even know what the bid's about. But hey, I mean... 10 plus 6? Oh no. Oh, these bids are getting too mathy for me. In the chat, 9 is more powerful than 10. Aura-wise, yes. 9 is more powerful than 10. Monetarily, not quite. We aren't that bad at math here. What? Nikolina Pavlova. She's in the cabin next door. Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Gonna make a bid y'all won't be able to outdo. I'm scared. You? No, not Q. That's too powerful of a reference. Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? No, don't get logarithmic stuff involved either. That's higher than Q, unfortunately, Neko. Probably. Oh no, I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation of her in here proved futile? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed or ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. Just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. The fact that it works out to actually a fairly nice number group is impressive. Damn though, 27.71. You got counterpicked. Square root of 6? No. Oh, what is it? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. Logarithms are quite small. Fair. What is this information you have, Inspector? It's this? The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the autopsy report. Yo, and it's updated too. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report? Kazuma-sama. So what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written on the report. His neck was broken? Oh god. Yes, it seems so. There are no other obvious wounds or signs of injury. At first, I think they are considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. Edgeworth arrived a bit late. Tragic. There's a possibility and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you are welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Aw, thank you, Osanaga. That is the kindest thing someone has said since I started, said to Ryunosuke since I started streaming. Girl, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Post-mortem report, a report of from the SS Buria's medical officer giving the cause of death as a cervical spine injury. There are no traces of external injury or poison. Well, if his neck was snapped, then that means that he couldn't have written the message in the floor. So there's that. Sadly, all you can offer now is Danganronpa V3ST White Track 2. Okay, wait. Hold on. Which track is that? I mean, Beautiful Lie is pretty good. I love Beautiful Lie. That's pretty good asking price right there. Leave the audition, fortunately, Danganronpa was used. Okay, but we love Beautiful Lie. Don't understand he learned Russian so great that his soul wrote the message as it was leaving the body. You know what? That sounds about right to me. I don't even know what the auction was for, Subtle Pup, but I appreciate you making the first bid. You see, the lie is that you actually only have $3 in your wallet. Well, I guess no one gets it. Cause you can't match the asking price of like $27. Doesn't even matter what currency. I don't think any currency can have $3 become 27. Oh, Mr. Jones was here, was he? Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, that's one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. is when he's over there by the piece of broken glass. Do you see? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. No, no, you don't know. The JPY can make $3 go a long way. You know what? I can't deny that. You have a prize, let you whip it up? Alright, let's see what Soda Pup's cooking. $3 is around 28.96 wheat bits, so it works out. For better or for worse, you cannot directly translate that. I mean... Wait. You've thought something that you'll do tomorrow, probably? What does that mean? What could you... You'll calculate the price of wheat bits based on the price. That's the crazy, but I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. But how could Mr. Schultz know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of brownish red then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. After I repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed the floor? A piece of small glass object and what looks like a scuff mark made by Kazuma's shoes were found by the victim's body. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. I mean, you know what the set chance of the pipe is, but it's very, very radically wild on when we get them. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Oh, I see. You meant like real life. That makes sense. Okay. That's why you're mentioning it. Well, Rube, as I like to say, I'm already on a lot of lists. What's the harm in adding a few more? You'll ask Miku. Miku's a very good source. I mean, I trust her to handle the specifics. Maybe I shouldn't because that's how the pipe bomb ended in my inventory anyways, but that's beside the point. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. Yours, friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Oh boy, so someone got into the food. Or something like that. You know what? It's been a bit. I'll drop my own pipe. What's the worst that could happen, right? Alright, we got a metal pipe. Nice. I will take that. 9th of January, SS Booty, first class cabin passageway. Waiting for the day. I commit Alice with the pipe bomb. Oh no. Look, Naruhodo-san. Seaman Stroganov has gone. Strong enough? That burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. La la la. Did you hear that? It's okay, Rube. It's fine. I'm sure Twitch isn't gonna absolutely hate us for that. Probably. If we 5 bombs equals true, then blow up chat. Okay, let's try it again. Why not? Okay, no pipe bomb. Everyone's safe. In Minecraft, accurate. Sound like someone singing. La la la, leer leer lay. I did it the great detective way. Oh no. Caroling, I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Mr. Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely, before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganov, not Stringy Knot. Add in Minecraft to the end of every single one of your messages. I just see. Actually, I've thought something enough new tomorrow prob in Minecraft. I'll calculate the price of wheat bits based on the pipes in Minecraft. 100 wheat bits for a pipe, then chance of pipe and price for each pipe in Minecraft. I have no idea if there's a set price for a pipe bomb, but I'll figure it out in Minecraft. I mean, a real life pipe bomb in Minecraft. All of that works so well. It really does just work. You can put in Minecraft at the end of everything. The creature is gone! Clothes are up. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Whoop. Hey, what are you doing? What are her private things? Not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at the port in Hong Kong. And throwing your next pipe bomb underhanded as to reduce the impact. Definitely you rolled that cardboard pipe underhanded, that's for sure. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? Alright, give us something really moody. I mean, it's not fitting. We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san, by ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. We really were the best of friends. So your long elevator luck ran out, rip. So this ventilator connects to Cosmo's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupant of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night Cosmo wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. There's one of these next to the bed in Cosmo's cabin, too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. This bag? Oh, there we go. Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here. Yes, why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know? Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Don't know why Cosmo didn't Tiger drop the killer. Honestly, skill issue. RT plus a triangle. Not sugarcoating it. Not sugarcoating it at all. Yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Look, that's just Budia's rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose that Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her creature, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. They're probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganov doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yeah, so do I. Not gonna sugarcoat it. Monado. Cosmo if he wasn't loser. True. You just should have used Monado's shield. That's all. Or he should have gotten a vision of the future and countered. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's God of the Sea? Perhaps he toppled too. Exactly same as the bookcase next door. Cosmo's cabin. Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happened on the ship. Because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Those are all gonna get knocked over again. My Miss Pavlova's case is open. Completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she's hiding her special creature in there. Yes, a creature that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of a creature she had in there. And more to the point, where's it now? This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. The bolt's drawn across. There's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too. Stops any seawater coming in. You couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door, either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. There are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of book she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading. Books written in Russian. Great deduction skills. You're gonna be the next Sherlock Holmes. Thanks, I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. Honestly, just because it's been a bit. I'll go a little longer to see if we can at least finish up the investigation phase, but... because it can't go on for much longer, right? I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Dasser Schulholmes. Lisa knockoff name in media. Until we have a little look and see what's been thrown away. Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Oh, those eyes. He's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. Hardly anything in here at all, just paper and lost dreams. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. I wonder what this little saucer's doing on the floor. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it is put there deliberately. Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What, a leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there is a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship's gonna sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Obviously it's for her creature. This guy named Nota Kriller is totally trustworthy, guys. With an actual attorney name with the worst one you've seen. Yeah, no, I would believe that. Nota Kriller. That would 1,000,000,000% be an actual Ace Attorney name, Neko. How did you cook? First case culprit, literally. Or last case, depending on the game. It would seem this teapot is empty. Huh, so the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people. I guess? Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had a chance to make any tea yet? I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I lay 1,000 to 1 on it. Stay hydrated, y'all. Frank Sawit type levels of obviousness. Yeah! Absolutely. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? What have I not investigated? I thought I was pretty thorough. Just popping in, saying hello, and avoiding spoilers. Hope stream goes well. I appreciate it. Stopping by, Artie. It is going very well. This is a really long investigation. Oh boy. But have a good day yourself, Artie. Alright, Reaper. Alright, yeah, we already saw this. What have I not checked? Madden Cuban, this is Don Bolivia. Oh no. Ace Attorney names are getting out of hand. Miss Pavlov's cabin. This could be our chance. Huh? The burly sailor doesn't appear to be around at this moment. We could investigate every last inch of that cabin. Not sure if we could go that far, but we could certainly do with looking around more. Sure we could learn something. Have I not learned? Okay. That makes sense. I love having Sholm's 3D model just in random ass places. Really wish the witness Nessia was able to tell us more. You bet Kodaka wrote this chapter. Oh gosh. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look. Wow, you never know where he's gonna turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-la, lira-lia-lay, I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. You think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply extremely high in spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky her luck was about. Excuse me? I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Oops. Oh, what is it? You wanna fight? Honestly, it's... God damn it, I can't do that. God. I can't take him seriously. I can't do the serious voice. That stupid hand animation. Damn it. Okay. Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. I nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. How could you put those fists away? God, about the falling. Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. As a mission that was in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there's nothing to report, nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy. is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It seems the same crewman of Saint Sentry in this first class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report. Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there's just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean? Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? Well, we already know. At least one of them. That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. I mean, I assume previous logs would have him writing in nothing to report even at like 2 a.m. Otherwise, that wouldn't be out of the ordinary. Unless maybe he just doesn't sleep, which I mean, you know what? Fair enough, honestly. These are important details. I'd stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. The ship's log has been entered into the court record. There are virtually no entries from 2 a.m. until early this morning. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. I agree. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes... Brilliant! Ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I didn't be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning. For some reason, nothing more. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. Everyone has throbbing heads, I don't know why. Still singing to himself, I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just, well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something off of an headache. Sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? 4 people. Oh, we just took the book. Okay. Ding-a-ling-ling-ling. Oh, what's that? Shut down the engine immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile for. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. Oh no. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Susato-san, hold on to me! Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think my ass is cracked. But I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. But isn't it supposed to be? Susato-san? Isn't it always cracked? Exactly, Rube. Exactly. Plotted this once the Titanic along in 9 hours, and one will drown. No, there's zero escape. Looks like we avoided a collision. I think. Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? Look at that, everything's knocked over again. No, I'm I'm fine. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door quickly. What? The bolt? It all makes sense. It all makes sense how it's a locked room mystery. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. So something late last night would have been something like a near collision. They're just like they were before again. Now, Hodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery, at least in a very vivid way. But I knew what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Oh, you gotta be kidding. How much longer is this investigation? It can't be that. That has part 3? Yeah, Rib, estimate a time. Because how's there? For the investigation only, yeah. For the investigation only, how much longer is there? What do you say, roughly? Because, oh my gosh. An hour and a half? For the investigation? Oh my god. That is crazy. You know what? You know what? Screw it. Alright, we're continuing on. We're finishing the damn investigation today, but I need to go on break first. So thank y'all so much for watching. I'm gonna be gone for like 10-15ish minutes. That's usually how long I'm away. While I made some ads will play, but they are just getting rid of pre-rolls, and so I appreciate the understanding. You managed to get this piano. It's gonna be pride for the auction. Okay. Hopefully it's not alive with a lot of teeth in it. And send it to the Discord server. Alright, that works, subtle pup. 10 out of 10 piano. Amazing job. But yeah, I will be going on break because I want to see this investigation through to the end. I need to see what they do, alright? Because I assume the case itself is going to take 1 billion years, like the actual trial. So I just want to get this all out of the way. Oh boy, you sure hope it's well suspended and packed and that someone doesn't cut the rope of killing you in Minecraft. Oh no, a body had been discovered. Last trial time. Anyways, I'll be back, y'all. 9th of January. SS Budia, Miss Pavlova's cabin. That's a good question, Rube. That is a fantastic question. That is a question that only a great mind like Herlock Sholmes could ask. Anyways, I'm sure you did good enough, Soft Pop. That conspicuous, pink stain shouldn't cause any sort of problems, I don't think. It seems fairly dry, too. On his piano chord. All I can think of is the freaking Who's There from Persona 4. Somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. Yo, what are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? You both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crews are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean... So someone triggered the alarm, which would cause an emergency break. Ooh. This is what we needed. You know what I'm gonna do? What was it again? I don't remember. Use alert jump scare. Alright. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder, dressed all in black, you are the devil! Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case, how could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when you came into your cabin. Inspector! Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. Is it not enough that he killed a man? And he stole away as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Ugh. Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. He is right. You are devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There's cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we talk in Hong Kong, then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to Captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. When? And what? What? What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Schultz? Why does he have the damn tiara on his... Sholmes is just here. Mr. Sholmes? Naturally, I'm analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as detective it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't a mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook from before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I would determine if it had been that conceited-looking hook on the wall so full of brag and bounce. Why? Why are you doing the stupid hand animation? Wait. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. You again, the great detective. Inspector. I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you, most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What did you report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes! The Arcana means by which all is revealed. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Burya, had been solved by me, naturally. What? Really? I swear to God, if you say it's us. Yes, I've eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I'm about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Oh, no. Oh, here we go again. Ha! You have solved it! Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing student Boyd this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is the stowaway and he has handcuffed to prove it. He didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what was called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Locked room, that is point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there's another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open mouth that you even as we speak. He's referring to the vent, but I think we already know what's going on. The ventilator, man! The ventilator? You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. But it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Oh. I see where he's going with this. Among Us. Mr. Sholmes, you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:03 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madame. But what does it mean? What's the speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Are you about to punch the table? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! Yeah! Ah! What the? Oh. Snack. I guess this... Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the Speckled Band. A snake? Indubitably. Pavlovia. This is a reference to the hit game Zero's Game 999 to the character most commonly associated with the number 2. Oh no. Snake. Snake. Severus. Sorry, wrong one. Snake. Snake. Snake! Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? Looks more stripy. Wouldn't you say? Hmm? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with the distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness! Really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explained the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlovia? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing's nothing to do with me. There are 2 conclusions I've drawn from the facts. Number 1. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number 2. That same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. He's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Someone must be right. He hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? Is he being us? Oh no. Look, he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I'd advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacle. Topic 1. Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. This has nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your explainable link to the victim. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin? Oh gosh, this is going too fast. Why, naturally, it was the friend in which you boarded the special with, was it not? The inextricable link to the victim's death. Okay. As I suspected, another telltale glance. That your friend, the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes that night? Oh, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with me. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now hidden behind your back. Yes, that is what you are trying, but failing to conceal. That can only be the snake's low skin. I don't think quite that. Suddenly after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered through the next door. Using the bell cord on the side as bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it slaughs its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. A beloved speckled snake. Oh no, at least far-fetched Holmes logic. How Mr. Asogi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? According to the data of which I've been appraised, it would appear that there are no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by terrible venom. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite imperceptible puncture wound left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. You and me both, Pavlova. There's no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the instant, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding places that you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that leaks you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your servant assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't. It is telling that the victim made note of lowly whistling sound that he heard minutes before its end. That is your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To train. Indeed, you'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. We already know that's wrong because it was the inverse. The whistle happened and then the, thing. Oh god. I feel like my brain is frying. If the victim appeared to not have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. You deny the snake has undergone such training? Not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can only be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Death by a venomous snake's bite. You didn't even read the goddamn autopsy report, did you? This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Here's the thing, Rib. I expect the freaking court case will take at least 4 hours, so I'd rather get this done this stream. Miss Pavlova had trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor you'll observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible! You've solved the mystery! Amazing! Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Sherlock Holmes had become such a household name. My dear man, it is nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one hand. You can. I know one person in chat who could have, and I don't know if you're at Sholmes. Didn't receive it, unfortunately. You could start dancing the updated autopsy report dance. Alright, we're gonna do the dance. Can I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course. What's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions at my method, and I'll answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madame. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlov used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. His milk was merely an example, the logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. But madame, what of the tales of Arabia? Have you not heard the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? I assume it's a vibration. I think perhaps performers play their music in time with snakes' natural movements. Or that. Oh. I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so adept to being practically useless. Take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes? There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their belly to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if a snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. I'm trying to say that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. Quick, Mr. Sholmes, vent your kicking frustration onto the snake. Preferably not onto the seaman, though. I think he's dead. Oh no. Thank you. Thank you for the follow, Francisca Von Karma. I suddenly have a very large feeling that whips may be involved in the near future. Oh no. I love the hairstyle. Thank you very much. I like it a lot. I think it's very, very stylish. So thank you very much for that. And hopefully you're doing well yourself. I think, oops. Pavlova looks like Cynthia from Pokemon. I can absolutely see that as like a young Cynthia. Absolutely. Edward's gonna make it without updated autopsy report, so Francisca had to intervene. I mean, yeah, considering I don't think Sholmes ever got the dang autopsy report saying that he couldn't die, that freaking Cosmo could have died poison. We need to step in and help again. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean. Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I have played the first trilogy, but not the second trilogy. I really need to get around to it. One day. Not exactly appropriate for this channel, but that is a joke of all time. Franziska von Karma. It's all good. As long as, yeah. Again, it's fine. I appreciate the understanding. So, don't worry about it. Need to modify Shulm's latest deductions and turn them into great ones they ought to be. Had a feeling that it was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? Yeah, we're free. The best male character in the series so far. That is a good question. You know, Herlock Sholmes is so unhinged. I kind of find it endearing, as also, despite how mind-numbing he is. I love Gumshoe though. Gumshoe's just an honest guy trying to do his thing and also getting his paycheck slashed every single time he does. Again, he can just do that. Does that remind you of steampunk? Yes, it does. I mean, it makes sense, but it is a very fancy hat, actually. It can literally see through walls, maybe like a heat sensor or something. Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Yeah, seeing the arms with point of view is so weird, but it works out oddly well. Alright. Nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have pained expression on her face. Yes, that's true. He looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. Oh gosh. Oh. I think I see what it is, chat. Why does she look so sad? Bad paper cuts, and you know what? I get it.
Yes!
That those paper cuts / claw marks would hurt. Why there's a snake on the sailor's head? The snake thinks it's comfortable, I guess. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, the claw scratches smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation revealed that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? Ah. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. When I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we asked, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was a friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? As I suspected, another telltale glance. That doubt, your friend is a writhing serpent we see before us. He said before they hide stuff from view for quite a long time. Yes, they do. It's honestly impressive. Seems likely that scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand. Sorry, I forgot how to speak for a moment there. Was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, Snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. I wonder, chat.
Yes!
Wait, no? You're looking over at this framed photo. Oh no? It's a frame that is your friend because it's so... But I saw a cat! What precisely was your intention? I saw a cat there! Okay, well, rip. I don't have a turn for observation or deduction. They asked for more details. Gosh darn it. Yeah, that snake is very well detailed. Not the highest polygon count, but the texture is good. Damn. They do have hands and feet, they're just really small. So they're like a centipede then. Amazing. You need to look at it first. Yes, I figured. Look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but personally, it's a little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe better take a closer look at this. Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here. Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could have vie with you, couldn't it, Naruhodo-san, for the blackest outfit. Black kitten. And from the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seemed very attached to it.
Yes!
Okay. Lesson learned for the future. Not even making a joke, they attribute because they weren't using them. That's really fun fact if true. That your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand make that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Ah! Darka's my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled brand, whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. It had nothing to do with any of this. Oh, it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be Snake's slowed skin. Not exactly. But then where did the snake even freaking come from becomes my question. Do you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. She just left it in her pocket. No one would have ever known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholm's specialty. He'd ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. Thought deduction was his specialty. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, what is it Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Well, it's a speckled and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort, and that looks like a handle on one end. Oh, so she lost her cat, and so she tried to lure the cat back through the ventilation shaft using the toy. But then that leaves the question of what what happened with the cat. Did the cat even go into the room? This is sort of common in the West, apparently. Had that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and pot it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. That's unpositively adorable. Cat's toy.
Yes!
That animation is so good. Yes, the thing you're trying, but failing to conceal, is, a cat's toy. Precisely in the true nature of the non-famous speckled band. Ah! Ended with this toy that you dangled to the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use speckled cat toy to incite the creature to return. We actually are on the same brainwave for once. Damn. That would make sense. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Truly troublesome feline. Young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You'll forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Pavlova and Darka photograph. A photograph of Miss Pavlova and her friend, a kitten named Darka. The tiara she would wear on stage can also be. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. He scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, he had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, he is so naughty. A beloved kitten. And how he died. Tap that autopsy report. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? According to the data which I have been appraised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Well, we already know that's not true. What Mr. Holmes says is true. There are no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma's body. That's right. But Mr. Holmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Autopsy report, go! Yes! That is such a cool effect. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Galazzo would be strong enough to survive that. Even Stroganov isn't some immortal freak, you know? The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, and an exclamation of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Don't mind me. I guess the small object, yeah?
Yes!
Coward save. It's fine, I got it all the same. Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark so prominently visible next to the victim's body is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. Damn. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrayed the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hit the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? I mean, honestly, there's worse ways to go out. It's pretty clear the ship ended up at some point flipping, like getting some sort of emergency stop, so he slipped and landed on something. Could be worse. These painful deaths in Ace Attorney made this comment last case. It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. And it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. And if this part of Mr. Sholm's deduction is right, Ms. Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Wait a minute, I just realized. Is there even going to be a case for this? Are we even going to go to court? We're basically just solving the mystery now. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Did the tiara again? I assume it's the tiara, probably. Ah, somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It has been dropped, Naruhodo-san. It's been placed. I'm starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like the great detective. Yeah, it had to be that. Okay.
Yes!
No. Okay. Hard evidence in plain sight. Okay, I guess not. Never mind. That 20,000 rubles is enough to make anyone lose their head. Maybe in the waste bin? Or could it... Wanting never have heard of it. Quite pained by it, in fact. Well... So what could this be? It does annoy me you can't fast forward through the text. At least text you haven't. You have any text that you aren't immediately just redoing. Is it in the waste bin basket? They're occupying this cabin late in last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Okay, there we go. That makes sense. It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It looks familiar. Perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Yes!
Okay. There we go. That's right, you hit the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. It's thrown off considering it wasn't relevant before. There's an option in setting the fail skip textual even if you haven't seen it. Hold on. Okay. Thanks for letting me know, Rube. I'm not gonna use it unless absolutely necessary, but it's nice to know. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object. It would seem one that has familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that a part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at scene of the victim's death, should be found on the waste paper basket in your cabin? Oh, wow. You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know. And that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Added text speeds like Pokemon. I agree, Rube. Text speeds would be so nice. It bothered me less when I'm streaming just because I have to read out the text anyways, but in a single player experience, it matters so much. Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The bell, yeah. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be... Take that!
Yes!
We already proved our innocence. Unfortunately, we probably haven't. I don't care what happens to her, lock her up, even though she didn't do it. Either that or make everything voiced. Yeah. This game is not being voiced is a bit rough, but it's fine. If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from a darker's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Ms. Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. Oh, damn. But that still leaves a big mystery left, like who went into it. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Death by tripping over a cat. Damn. Alright, the handcuffs have already been slipped back on. Talk about pathetic deaths, am I right? That's a pretty pathetic death. Few deaths are as pathetic. I mean, standing around in the middle of a burning city and getting crushed by rubble's a pretty pathetic death too, so you gotta learn from this. I agree. This is a more respectable death than Jay ever had. It is voice, it's not a language we can understand. For one, you understand me perfectly. I don't know what that Morse code is, and that's terrifying. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. Then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. Pipe? Did someone say pipe? Cardboard, even. People do say cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. They're so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquire the rather nasty wound. You acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it? Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, you must be sleeping. Then at that point you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again? Totally. By dingling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. This faint whistling sound Cosmo wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there's nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her crying out and then, oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Cosmo was. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seemed likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. This is Budia is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. Mr. Shogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet. The combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Dark is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. Now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke up this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I'm too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? The snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova. Then whose is it, and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Seems happy. Oh, I didn't say? Snake is my friend. His name is Pirosko. What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend, without someone who understands? Can you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake, surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Huh? Pure gold does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes, now he is hungry, so he in bad mood, but once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Pirotsko eats mouses. Big fat round mouses. Ah. Oh. So, is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Mousetrap and snake lore explained. Hey, that's pretty rad. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. And it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It is not my fault. I did not make up stories. My Pirotsko has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Was it intentional? I mean, well, we know that some writing happened. Is that what she's getting at? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, and I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh! I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Huh? Not again. When did these get put back on? Especially if they're on you as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kadma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. the key to this, the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. And how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Just what does this mean? Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. What was her discrepancy? So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first. The victim who lost his life in cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident, or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed on into his cabin by the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. Doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. This is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. The death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the death was no mere accident. I mean, it had to have been the crime scene photograph. Yes! The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written is wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he is studying Russian. It is simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. Also, no language is simple. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Sorry, Pavlova, I already said this. Oh, no. Exactly what I said before. Too late. L plus ratio. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. The reason why is clearly explained here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Ah! Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything, because he is already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't have possibly been in there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So, Susato-sana's notes it too then. Putting this much on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. I don't know. Another piece of evidence that proves this is no accident, in other words. One language is very simple to learn, actually. It's called binary. I guess you could say it's relatively simple. And it is. But y'all know that's not the language I mean. But I can't deny binary is a language. Yeah, but it's the combination of them that's difficult. Pig Latin is pretty simple too. Maybe the ship's log?
Yes!
No. Damn it. No. I don't know what it is. That's the thing. Alright, let's just give it another shot. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. I mean, it would have to be either Cosmo's diary or the mark on the floor, but...
Yes!
Okay, so it was that. There's this piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor, but that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know about that. It's broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw, a fatal flaw. But that's really what happened. Then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? I mean, I could have expected half of it to stick on the collar. Yes, I remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. That same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth. Why not just take both pieces of bell, though? In order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there's someone else present in Mr. Asoki's. You're wasting time. Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. The only other person in cabin when young student died was you. Is Pavlova a pun on Pavlov's dog, and does she respond to the rope bell that's meant to call people? Probably, and if the previous one is correct, then I'd say probably. Can't confirm since you have no clue. It does sound plausible, though.
Yes!
It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it's past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely cast any light on the floor there. Little wonder then that culprit failed to notice fragments of the tiny item. Fair enough. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganoff. Nina's woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse Ship's Angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, that is most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. Look through the night. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Yet, it's impossible. Oh, she's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie threads around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight, no thread or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too, but Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So Seaman Stroganov has valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the trace of the method I have in mind being used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? Oh wait, shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? One way does bring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Shulms means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? By not telling sign of method that you slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe. Yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. There's nothing Susato-san doesn't know, or that isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called, it's the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had to come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolts flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night after Mr. Soki was killed? Mr. Soki was killed. The SS Buria made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything down. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asoki's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Buria made emergency stop? Does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. There's a lever outside. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course. There's a notice, wasn't there, telling you to only press the button in times of emergency? On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The store of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you! When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. And as indeed it did a little earlier today. Thank you, Sholmes. I appreciate it. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. Feels almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain, you are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin door slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did the ship make an emergency stop or did it not? You are idiots. Booty, a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in the middle of night, there'd be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. I mean, everyone has freaking headaches, apparently. And everyone got drugged. Everyone got drugged. Respect 100 fire mode. Yeah, Sholmes taking one for her team. He's earned that respect. Also, this is one huge Sholmes moment. Really? What happened to Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night?
Yes!
Demon Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? That is correct. Why? And the ship's log here... Oops. In the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties? What are you doing with that? That is mine! You rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau and the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log. That is... because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 p.m. something happened. Here aboard the SS Buria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish. If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anyone would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? That's so bad out of context. Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Ah. Oh, yes, I have a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling well myself since I woke up. Holmes' wording moment. Of course. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I expected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was a throbbing pain in my head. I'd already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And I had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Cosma looked after me. He's always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact. Had all of it. Cosma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Oh, that's why he was the one to have died. My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No, really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible, unless that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Well, see, man. Eh? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you're free to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made to the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals. No way. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I'll tell everything. Eh? I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them for help. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet. Mother Russia, we wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put a sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. We could not make all drug, how'd you say, dissolve. Oh, talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. He was helped by comrade on shore with a small fishing boat. All the passengers of the SS Budia slept soundly. All thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Of course, just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meals and chickens in their cabins, after which they would have slept, they would have been overrun by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes, the overwhelming majority of passengers would have habitually sleep with the cabin doors bolted anyways, and anyone who didn't, well, they're insane. Home shocking, mod Baneko worth it. Home shocking, no. Holmes deserves better. Meat on the chicken, the bone on. So not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message on Russia on floor attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately tie the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? You hear the accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man, but you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Oh God. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, the two prevaricators. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate the evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asoki's death. But we were looking for some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely, you are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Chunky arms. Oh, look at this! Some kind of stain. An unusual place. Looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. Ink. Look at the color too. Yep. Oh, look at this! Some kind of stain. Oh wait, I thought I presented it. Hold on.
Yes!
Seaman stroking off. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Ah, yes, I don't know where dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Let's make it plain. A very large purple stain on back of Seaman Dragunov's uniform, and I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is, so Mr. Naruhodo, present evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves what stain, that stain on the back of Seaman Dragunov's uniform really is. Eh? I guess it would be that. Because it's the purple ink from that message.
Yes!
There we go. Yes, it's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? Rather unusual color of ink, purple. The penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink in exactly the same color. The ink had been dirty. It couldn't possibly have stained your uniform that way. Or dry. It couldn't have possibly stained your uniform that way, which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moment immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright. Yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make a Buria do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Biff, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. He was white like sheet. Biff, please. You must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student a boy on floor. Oh, what happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. They'll get an escape through ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Oh wait. The kid escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell into the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident with when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova and then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That when she went to look. No, Angel? Door was not locked. So she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Ms. Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I'd already told you. When Nina opened door of student cabin and looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So, is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. In the unfortunate accident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there's one particular area in this photograph that seemed to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? There's something unnatural about it? Oh my god, how is there still more? How is there still more? Not the fact that there's a finger there, right? Huh? Oh, well. If he fell and broke his neck, what seems unnatural? I guess the neck. Is that, well, but couldn't the dude have just repositioned it? That's the problem, right? Like, couldn't he easily, didn't the dude just set everything up? I don't know, we'll try try the neck, I guess? Okay, no. I don't know. I guess we'll try the finger? Okay, I guess.
Yes!
Okay, it was his closed fist. Okay. Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say. As though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? What, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madame. Why would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. Oh, a earring. A crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon is very pretty, but what does it tell us? Tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo, that is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is final clue. Last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance does it have? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes. Where did it come from? You have such pretty ears among that beautiful hair like pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something attached to her ear. I expect that's what's called an earring, a little piece of jewelry. Earring, is it? It really is tiny. That part of it is missing, maybe it broke off. So all that's left is the clasp part that attaches to the ear. Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. It? What? But looking at your other ear, I noticed a crescent moon. I don't believe it. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? She must have been in the room, right? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear, perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clutched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth last night. What did you do to Kazuma? When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka would not come back. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me find Darka, and he promised to not tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah! Of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from land in faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? She mistook. Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Darka jumped out of my arms, down to the young man's feet, and... As he turned around to look at me, I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help. from Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway. I hear Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be. Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. That's when you arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like I did it, so that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing, so Nina was there. Then I found Stowaway, wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote that word so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Budia did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Cosmo about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland because you were worried that he's going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes, but even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first. It made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend. You are a friend of mine. He said Inspector was his friend. Ah, yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asoki really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Cosmo, so I can't know for certain. But he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it, going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done. It seems there's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Oh, God really got hit by the 1 in 60 million billion bazillion odds of the most unfortunate events in human history happening all at once is its advantage. Yes, that's definitely what happened. What action was victim really trying to take at that moment? Can we determine whither the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy, I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent a lot of quiet time in the wardrobe, but still, that cabin had been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama? Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. There's one thing I've learned today. It's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. Not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out even by a little bit when you're following the gaze to wherever it lands. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was he looking at? The wardrobe.
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Cosmo was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe. And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Ms. Pavlova, please think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we cannot know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that, but I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. That will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Budia was finally laid to rest. 9th of January, 7:14 p.m. SS Budia, first class cabin, passageway. What will happen to Ms. Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russian try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort that all out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Damn. And if she wanted to return in future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Demon Stroganov? I wanted to help our angel. No matter what, but I didn't think about you, about how you lost good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosmo's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Da. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the council to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes, that is so way after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. Think that only days ago, Cosmo and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Susato-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Dr. Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Aww. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for his visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've all been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible, but now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there's something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed. And I caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now at Huh? Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo! God damn it, Sholmes. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the bound seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them for old time's sake. Shall we say, you are stowaway after all. You think this is funny? Oh my god. Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all, and I thought it's a little late. May I offer my sincere condolences? The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you'll be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. You have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. I think I know where this is going. All you require is one lawyer, and study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. An ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves in another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susato? Yes? You think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, unless, are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there's still more than 1 month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which study to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo? That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my finger to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma said that there's something he had to do in Great Britain, that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyways, for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers aren't disputable. No, it's madness! Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are of no measure of man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed an ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until the very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to Captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how to best make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruhodo? I'd like you to take a charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Name is Haruma. It's a great sword that had been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Miss Susato, think we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. Oh my god! 3 times! What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. I forgot I had that enabled. Of course you would have never done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away. No! I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you out, and not just once, but 5 times! The number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Take a hold of me and throw me to it. Don't even think about it. No, I don't even know how. I've never thrown in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't skill one acquired without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. Where did you see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling but my own interpretation of an ancient jutsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. I'll be going. I'm practitioner of the combative arts myself. I'm somewhat accomplished boxer, damn it. Back with that again. There he goes, dancing around again. Wonder if you'd be so kind to instruct me on the technique of your resting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let's just not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madame. Oh, of course. Oh no. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Yeah! Oh, there we go. As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Hi, chat. I don't know. Does that look normal? It is unfortunately backwards, but it looks kind of normal otherwise. Kind of. Oh yes, arresting indeed. And is that what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Bit better. Actually, no, that was a Susato squash. Oh my god. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Cosmo flickered into my mind. I can't keep. I have to end. I'm sorry, but I thought that we were gonna reach the end and then we are gonna have to go to trial. I have to call it here. I'm sorry, chat. For all I know, we could go on to flashbacks for another hour. Rube, I don't know how long this is going to last. This could go on for, again, another hour for all I know. I need to stop. It's just, gosh. No. I refuse. I have to call it. This has taken way longer than I anticipated. Cause I did not expect for there to not be, you know, a non-investigation phase. But yeah, thank y'all so much for watching. What a pleasant spin on it. This is purely investigation, but they actually did something interesting to mix up the formula, which I think is really rad. Seriously. I really appreciate the devs doing that. And I think it just makes for a fun change-up of the formula. And of course that means that next time when we come back to continue, we'll be doing what? We'll be in Bryn, right? Something like that anyways. Which is kind of freaking crazy. This game's been wild. True. Again, for all I know, it could be... those cutscenes could still be a while. So I just need to call it. I think. Unless it's like 2 minutes. But... alright, fine. If you look at the very end of this flashback... no, I don't think it. Gosh. Yeah, we're just gonna call it here. I'm not risking it. Again, had I known that it was gonna go on for another 2.5 hours, I definitely would have called it. So, thank y'all so much for watching. Let's see who we're gonna rate out to. If anyone. Yeah, why not rate out to this person, I guess. Alright, you know what? Fine. I'm tempted. Let's see what this last cutscene is first. Real quick. As long as it, if it ends very quickly. That's right, it's prize sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking katana on study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. And that's subject. There's something very important I have to in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. The important thing he had to do. I still don't understand what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Okay. And... damn. Okay. It really was just there. I was scared. I don't think anyone blamed me for being scared. Oh my gosh. The Adventure of the Runaway Room. What could that possibly be? Alright, now truly we're finally freaking free. Oh my gosh. It's okay, Rube. Obviously, me reading it out is gonna make things longer and it expanded. So don't worry about it. Don't feel bad or anything. What a damn chapter, though. Oh my god. Again, I wasn't expecting them to have a non-court thing, but it makes sense. It was a great twist. I really like how they handled it. I really do. And having that setup, the first two chapters be the setup to, you know, the motivation for Naruhodo to become a lawyer is pretty rad. No, it does not, Rube. That is a lesson I'll be taking into the future. That is without a doubt. And honestly, that makes me really happy. By the 100-line stream, we'll see. We'll see. We gotta commit a sin of Neko time. Oh gosh. It caught me off guard, to say the least. But yeah, I need to get going. We're raiding out. And we're raiding out to somebody I haven't raided to before, but have been raided by before. We are gonna be raiding out to the one, the only Picklice, who's currently doing Pikmin. I think it's modded Pikmin. Pikmin 2. I'll be live again this upcoming Friday and Saturday for Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition. I also stream this game weekly every single Wednesday. So next week expect more, but oh my gosh. No, Rube. Don't blame yourself. Here's the thing about it, right? You couldn't have known, realistically. Playing a game offline and streaming is completely different. I can see how it would be a lot faster if you don't have to read it out loud and talk to chat and all that. Don't worry. Have zero worries about that, Rube. Regardless, I don't necessarily regret doing this for so late, if only because we managed to see it through to the end. So yeah, you are 100% fine. Also, have a good day, night, morning, evening, y'all, whenever it may be. Make sure you use those lovely sub emotes, and I'll see y'all again Friday for more Xenoblade X, and a week from now for hopefully more of this game, but less stream length. Bye-bye!